Testing, testing. It's working just fine. Are you ready? Testing, testing. Hello? All right, if the podium is ready and this is ready, then we can go. It's working and it stops. All right, good morning and welcome to the debate between Meadowbrook High School and Donald Quarrie High. Unfortunately, Meadowbrook is absent, so we'll proceed with Donald Quarrie. My name is Ronaldo Blake. I'll be the chair of this match. Before we proceed, I'll invite my panelists to introduce themselves.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Welcome. I am Jonathan Atkins, and I am one of the wing adjudicators for today.
Good morning, everyone. The name is Javon Downey, and I'll also serve as a wing adjudicator.
Thank you. The motion for this debate is this House prefers a ceremonial president over an executive president for Jamaica. Speaking first, we have Akil Spalding. Akil, you have 8 minutes. Hear, hear.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Akil Spalding. Honorable guests, judges, timekeeper, moderator, and my worthy opponents, a pleasant morning to you all. It is with great pleasure that I stand before you to oppose the motion that this House prefers a ceremonial president over an executive president for Jamaica. Judges, having a ceremonial president will not be beneficial to Jamaica. Let me say that having a ceremonial president makes no difference. It is like calling tomato to right now we're To further explain our point, I will define the key terms in this motion. I will also highlight how having a ceremonial president is particularly the same as we have now. My opponents is why this House should not motion for it to happen. Prefer, according to the Cambridge Online Dictionary, is defined as to like, choose, or want one thing rather than another. A ceremonial president refers to a president who is a symbolic leader of a state, who performs a representative and civil role, but does not exercise executive or policy-making power. According to a McGill University study, an executive president is both the head of state and head of government. There is no prime minister. Ladies and gentlemen, having defined all the key terms, my opponents. Term says that this House wants an executive president over an ceremonial president for Jamaica. A ceremonial president with little effective power is an unnecessary addition to the political system. This unnecessary addition causes unnecessary expenses pointed by our renowned gleaner communist, Peter Espute, and I quote, "Despite having no independent power or authority, a ceremonial president needs a suitable appointed presidential palace, complete with ballroom and manicured lawns. A stable of official vehicles and an
All right. Akil, quick question. So I'm getting an argument coming from you that, you know, a ceremonial president will be expensive. All right, so just talking to me, conversational wise, if it was not expensive and let's say it didn't cost anything, why would you still not want a ceremonial president? Me and you talk, right? Just bridging to bridging.
Because a ceremonial president is an unnecessary addition and it will cause money for us to have a ceremonial president. Like take for instance in England where the royal family expenses are paid by the people by taxes. A ceremonial president would cause additional taxes on the people, and I believe that is very unfair on our citizens.
And follow up. So, would you prefer a world in which you had a prime minister alone who had sole executive powers, or so the prime minister is the top man, or a world in which the powers are shared between a president who is kind of executive and you also have a prime minister?
Yes, sir.
Which one, the latter? A president and a prime minister?
Yes, a president and a prime minister.
Okay, just briefly explain why.
Excuse me?
Briefly explain why.
The reason why I say that is because having a leader that is, excuse me, having a leader with strong leadership capabilities can influence the nation in a positive way rather than, all right, take for instance, an issue came up out of the blue. Executive president could be on the spot and move in a timely manner to address the issue without having to take a long while to debate about it. Whilst a ceremonial one would have to, with no authority to make decisions on his own, would not be capable of doing that. Excuse me?
No, you can close this seat.
Yes, this house wants a change, but having a ceremonial president is like taking one step forward and two steps backward. Ladies and gentlemen, my opponents, a ceremonial president who perceives effective powers of discretionary intervention may oppose the elected government and thus cause a power struggle. What does this mean, you may ask? Take, for example, the case in
Thanks, Akil, for your contribution to the debate. I'll now welcome to the floor Stacia. Seiko? Seiko. Okay, Seiko, to the floor. We'll continue the debate on side opposition. You have 7 minutes. Here, here.
Distinguished guest judges, timekeeper, moderator, and my worthy opponents, a pleasant morning to you all. My first speaker gave you the disadvantage of having a ceremonial president. We will not be biased and focus on that. We will not be biased and focus on that. Yeah. Why not, why not, why not? Also give you the benefit of having an executive president and why this house should motion for...
Stop. I'm going to give you the opportunity to start over from top. Because we're not hearing and we want to be able to judge you properly, okay? All right, great.
Distinguished guest judges, timekeeper, moderator, and my...
All right, so 1 second, and slow down. Slow down. Yeah, man. Slow down, speak into the mic, be audible. As I said, this is a learning experience. The judges are here. We're going to give you feedback. It's not school chimes because there's no knockout. So just be calm. We're going to give you feedback that it can be good for next match. So just be calm and speak to us. Thank you.
Distinguished guest judges, timekeeper, moderator, and my worthy opponents, a pleasant morning to you all. My first speaker gave you the disadvantage of having a ceremonial president. We will not be biased and focus on that. Why not? Why not? But also give you the benefit of having an executive president, and why this all should motion for Jamaica of having an executive president. Research has shown benefits of an executive president. One of such benefits is the rights and separation of power and check and balance. Accounting to Shivya College and the mechanism of separation of power enchants the executive performance of each army of government is in this function, while check and balance ensure that a president who by nature is dictatorial can be brought under constitutional checks. Mr. Speaker, therefore means that Jamaica will have an executive and better governance, and there will be more room for autographic. This section, second benefit is having an individual ministerial responsibility. My opponent, how many times have you heard Jamaican complaining about a specific sector and then went on to blaming the ruling party? Having an executive president will make it easier to identify a pinpoint executive minister with an executive president sling under dismissing an inexecutive minister. In Sector X will not affect other ministers or make a governmental collapse. Mr. Speaker, this will allow for each individual to take full responsibility or action other than hiding or being shielded by their party. We all know the shielding that has been going on. Third, the installation from party politics, meaning my opponent, the president is often described to be above party politics. This therefore offers him, unlike the prime minister in the parliament system who is entangled in party politics of view. Every issue...
On that point, quick question. So your president is there a clause in your model that the president cannot be a member of a political party?
No.
So how does that differentiate them from party politics? If you have, let's say, a president and a prime minister who are both comrades, or a president and a prime minister who are both laborites, how does your model prevent that?
Repeat the question, please.
No, so let's say you're saying that you want the president to be different from party politics, right?
Yes.
What happens if, say, because your president is elected, right?
Yes.
Your executive president is elected?
Yes.
Okay. So what happens if the people elect a PMP or a comrade as prime minister, a comrade as president, or a Labourite as, as a prime minister and a Labourite as president. You have both from the same party. How does that work? How you get the checks and balances?
Check and balances, all right. No. Continue. Having an executive president is making it easier to identify pinpoint in an executive ministers. All right.
Okay, so what you're saying is that because they're not a minister,
Yes.
the president is not a minister, that's where the accountability comes from?
Yes.
Okay.
Action other than hiding and action hiding and being shielded by their party. We all know the shielding that has been going on. Thirdly, installation from party politics, meaning my opponent. The president is often described to be above politics, and therefore other offers him to unlike. Every issue is its merits and not solvely, and sometimes unwisely, according to what party dedicates. This has often been a case in United States when the two parties are able to rise above the traditional party division in the normal called a bipartisan approach to national issues. Many past USA presidents and congressmen have been able to view major issues like during the Vietnamese War and the Persian Gulf War and September 11, 2001, terrorist attack outside the premises of political party affection. I rest my case.
All right, I would like to thank the second opposition speaker for that contribution and welcome to the floor the third opposition speaker, Kiro. Kiro, you have 5 minutes here.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, members of this House, and my opponents, good morning. I see that my opponents have been admitting or beginning to accept that an executive president is better for Jamaica rather than a ceremonial president. Nevertheless, I shall continue. My second speaker gave you some advice of having an elective president, but I will be presenting the key argument as to why executive president is better for Jamaica and restate why having a ceremonial president is the new monarch. Having an elective president will we fix the room of expenditure office. The expenditure office ensures that president can focus on employing their agendas and carry out their policies without a constant threat of early elections. Votes of no confidence and stability ensure that government to plan and execute a medium and long-term strategies, as they have clear timeline on their terms in office. Unlike our current governing system where the Prime Minister is allowed to have most 5 years in office, but he or she have the power to call election time within 5 years. According to articles written by Jamaica Information Service, JIS, and I quote, the maximum life of Parliament is 5 years, at the end of which Parliament must be dissolved, a general election held. However, the Prime Minister may advise Governor General to dissolve Parliament at any time, with time within 5 years and name the date of general election, end quote. My opponent, having an executive president, will eliminate all this uncertainty and would allow room for effective development of minister and will be able to execute their plans and choices properly. Take, for example, my MP decides a 5-year plan for his constituency, with each year having some form of development for communities. My opponent, if he or she is out of office due to an early election, what do you think would happen? The communities will be undeveloped. The very same we have in Jamaica experiencing the current governing system, the very same issue we have to deal with having a ceremonial president. As my first speaker said, it's like taking 1 step forward and 2 steps back. Mr. Speaker, according to the RoyalUK.com, in a monarch, a king or queen is the head of state. Therefore, I went to the British monarch is a constitutional monarch. Therefore, sovereign is the head of state. But the ability to make the past laws reside to the election parliament, similar to what we have in Jamaica, where the Governor General is the head of state and represents the king. Royal UK states that, I quote, although the sovereign is no longer a political executive role, he or she continues to play an important part in life of nation. The monarch is less formal role as the head of nation. The sovereign acts as a focus of national identity, unity, and pride, gives a sense of stability and continuity. Officials recognize the success and excellence of support and ideas of variety service, end quote. Mr. Speaker, notice what the Royal UK said is give a sense of stability. Therefore, the country may not be stable, but rather give off the sense of stability is taking place. Mr. Speaker, guys, my teammates and I welcome the idea of republic. True. In fact, we Jamaica want to become a republic. Why is this so? We're tired of the flaws and fed up of the flaws and the current situation. We're tired of the corruption and deception. Mr. Speaker, we the people of Jamaica want to get rid of the march. But yes, my opponents want to employ a ceremonial person. Is it just a fancy name? Is it just like the monarch? The difference is having a king as the head of state, we will have a local person as the head of state. In the words of Peter Eastwood, and I quote, "Drop the idea of a ceremonial president, accompanying unnecessary and expensive worries of governance. Having an executive president would be no break of the British monarch, but the very same idea of a monarch enables a ceremonial president," end quote. A house slave is still a slave, just like the field slave. Ceremonial president is a monarch, just the same. Let's put an end to this bias and welcome Jamaica to our executive presidency. I rest my case.
All right, I'd like to thank the third opposition speaker for that contribution and all the debaters for a wonderful debate. The judges will deliberate for a few minutes and then give you guys some feedback. If you could please, we can step out of the room and come back. debate. The judges have done some deliberation to give you guys some feedback. Naturally, you'll advance to the next matches for the day, but we just want to give the audience an idea of what came up in today's debate, and then we'll give you some more detailed feedback afterwards. So the first point that the panel wanted to make, the debate to some extent showed elements that the team was working together as a group. So we saw some instances where things that earlier speakers said were being mentioned later on in the debate. There definitely needed to be some more of this, right? The whole debate is a team effort, and it's something that builds. So whatever the first speaker says must be supported by the second and third speaker. And at the end of the day, it should sound like one solid, coherent argument. One of the things that could have helped this a little bit is by hearing some more of the arguments that came up later in the debate that were really important to come up earlier in the debate, especially to speak about like the model, how things would work. So like when you move from the current system we have, which is the constitutional monarchy, to a presidential system, how the current system differs from the two possible options that we're considering, and thus it would give you a better basis to consider the relative benefits and disadvantages of each, and then you could better argue your case. The second point that we had as a panel is that the points generally were good points, but they needed some more development, right? In debate, you make a claim, so you say that something is true, right? But after you say that that thing is true, you have to explain why people should believe you. And you explain by both giving facts, giving information, making quotes, but also by explaining logically why that thing is true or why that thing is likely true, and also why that thing is desirable or more desirable than what's being said on the other side of the debate. So we thought that the debate could have done with a little bit more development in this sense. The third point I want to make is that the team should focus more going forward on setting up a good context for the debate, that is telling us what's going on, who the actors who are involved are, and how they operate, why they operate in those ways, and just telling us a little bit about like how things have developed in the past and how things look to be developing in the future. And setting up a context could happen for the entire debate, but you could also set up a context before you go into a specific point. And the context helps you to make the judges understand why it is that the point that you're arguing is likely to be more reasonable than the point that the opposition is arguing or the other side is arguing. Because like they're facts, and then they're facts in a context. And sometimes when you put things in context, it could actually change how people perceive the thing to be. The second thing is comparatives. So whenever you're making an argument, always try to think about what's the alternative to this argument that the other side will be arguing, and why is this alternative less desirable than what I'm arguing. And doing the comparatives would help you even in debates like this where it's just one team, because you can present the facts as they are and say, well, even if the best argument is being made for this, it's unlikely that it would be better than ours because of XYZ reasons. All right, so great job to the debaters, and thank you everyone for tuning in. Have a great day.
It's on. Okay. All right. So we're going to give you some feedback individually as judges. So luckily for you guys, we're kind of going to be acting as like proxy coaches for you guys for the next round because we want to see you guys go on. So first I'll start with like style and so on. So I noticed third speaker interest. All right, everyone. So we're going to want to welcome you guys to the first round of the FIWI Republic Secondary Schools debate. Today's match, well, this match currently is between Jamaica College, which will be the proposing side, and the opposition, which will be BOGLE High School. Right, so we're going to start by just firstly setting some ground rules. The first speaker has 8 minutes, the second speaker has 7 minutes, and the third speaker has 5 minutes. After the completion of both sides of the debate presenting their main arguments, you'll have the reply speaker. You'll get 3 minutes, I believe, to prepare for before the reply speaker. Yes, 1 minute to prepare for the reply speaker. And from there on, points of information will be allowed, one after the first minute of each speech, and a time signal will be given, which will be 1 clap, and the opposing side is allowed to ask you points of information, and in your last protected minute, which will also be signaled by 1 clap, you will not be you'll not be allowed rather to ask points of information. So I'm Jonathan. I don't need to tell you my last name. Very informal here. I'm a young man, very young. So I'm Jonathan, and on my wing we have Ronaldo, but I have to give proper. This is Dr. Nelson, so we're not calling her by her first name. Proper lecturer. All right. So we'll be your judges for today. I'm your chief adjudicator, and so hope you guys are not nervous. I'm looking forward to hearing the debates. Looking forward to hearing the arguments rather. And put your best foot forward and ensure that you're engaging with each other and give us a riveting, entertaining debates, We want us right here to be entertained, and we want people watching also to be entertained. So show us what you guys have. All right? So we're going to start with our first speaker from Jamaica College, Mr. Nashe Baker. He's our first speaker from the proposing side.
Mr. Speaker, judges, my esteemed teammates, most worthy opponents, I wish you all a good day. Today's mood states that this House would prohibit politicians from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs. As the government, we wholeheartedly agree with this statement. According to the Oxford Dictionary, a politician can be defined as a person whose jobs involves politics, especially as an elected member of parliament, etc. For this debate, we'll be focusing on our democratically elected representatives. According to the labor laws in Jamaica, a full-time job and regular work week is from Monday to Sunday, 40 hours per week. A substantive part-time job is a temporary flexible working arrangement, which means working less than full-time hours. Therefore, this House would prohibit a person whose job involves politics, especially as an elected member of parliament, from having another job, Monday to Sunday, 40 hours per week, or a temporary flexible working arrangement. Not only is it ludicrous, but it is an embarrassment to the country if they are unable to sufficiently pay their democratically elected leaders. What the opposition might be saying is the money that we're paying them now is not enough. What the opposition would like for us to do? Raise their wages once again? Did you not hear the public outcry when it was raised this year? Tell me, members of the opposition, are you so avaricious that if we did a CT scan, all we would see is money on your brain? When politicians signed up for their job, they knew it wasn't going to be a life of lavishness and luxury. But that is the type of life the opposition wants them to live. Let me say it, and say it loudly. The life of a politician must be dedicated to the service of their country and citizens. It is not as if they are unable to make ends meet. The opposition might come and say that our politicians were among the worst paid in the region. And I want to ensure that you heard the word were. Because at this time, with the 230% increase, the only reason they could even think about getting another job is to fund their lavish lifestyle. Members of the opposition, don't come and tell us that they're doing it for their constituents. Because according to an article by the Jamaican Observer titled MPs to get additional 200 million for a constituent by Althea Sumner in April of this year. On top of the 20 million, might I say we as the government believe is inadequate, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security will be allocating 200 million more to members of parliament to address the urgent needs of their constituents. So therefore, no politician needs another job. Serving as a politician requires significant time, effort, and dedication.
Point of information.
Accepted.
Are you saying that the politicians who already have doctorates and such should drop what they worked especially so hard for, going university and colleges for 10 plus years to acquire that, should drop what they already have just because they're a politician?
Yes, because they're serving their country. They gave up that right because they have now come into serving their country. We did not force them to go to university. They could have gone straight into politics. It is their right, yes. They still have the doctor before their name and everything. But when it comes to serving their country should always come first. Thank you.
Point of information.
Not accepted at this time. Juggling multiple jobs can divide a politician's attention and limit their ability to fully engage in their legislative responsibilities. It may result in a lack of focus on important issues, reduced effectiveness in representing constituents, and an overall decrease in their ability to fulfill their duties effectively. With the already heavy workload of a politician, meetings upon meetings, where will they even find the time for 40 hours of another job? Mr. Speaker, might I talk about the politician in charge, our very own Prime Minister? Gleaner photographer Ricardo McCain tagged him for 15 hours on February 14, from 5:45 a.m. to 8:50 p.m. And even after the photographer left, Mr. Speaker, he was still at it. Might I say, Mr. Speaker, according to his security detail, this wasn't even what they considered a late day. Ladies and gentlemen, now tell me, where would he find the time to do another job, whether full-time or substantive? Let's just say hypothetically that he did have another job. He would be too tired to lead this country, therefore making him ineffective. I know personally, I would not want an ineffective Prime Minister. How would we be able to trust our politicians to make the best choices for us if they can't even think straight? For our MPs who have to go to Parliament on an average of 3 meetings per week, not even taking into consideration their various committee meetings and their meetings with their constituents that they have to find time for in their already packed schedule. Let's go low as councillors, who the opposition may say only meet every month. But what they do not take into consideration is the amount of time they have to meet with their constituents. As a junior councillor myself, I can tell you that councillors get calls any time in the day, 24/7. So members of the opposition, where on earth will they find the time for another job? The word politician has had the secondary meaning of a person primarily interested in political office for selfish or other narrow, usually short-sighted reasons. A simple question for the opposition. Why? It most definitely can't be because they need the money. My second speaker will further elaborate on this point. My second speaker will speak about how the public will perceive their effectiveness when they have another job. He will also speak about the workload and responsibilities of our elected representatives and how it will prevent them from having another full-time or substantive part-time job. He will also examine how having another full-time or substantive part-time job as an elected representative can promote inequality. Also, he will echo how being a politician is for public service and not political gain. My third speaker will speak about nepotism and how corruption would gain the ability to infect our society. A lesson I think we should take from our colonizers is their choice for banning politicians from having a second job. An article by The Guardian titled "Banning Second Jobs for MPs is Vital to Protect Our Democracy" by Owen Joint in 2021 truly embodies the seriousness of allowing our politicians to have second jobs. It is obvious that they won't be working in any small business, but either running their own company or working for large corporations. This right here is a golden brick road to the path of corruption, because they will now be thinking, how will their decisions in Parliament affect their business? Soon enough, the heads of our country and the public sector will be run by the private sector, because every decision made will be made to benefit them. If a politician has financial or professional ties to a particular industry or organization, it may compromise their ability to make impartial decisions in the best interest of the public. They will be more inclined to favor policies and legislations that benefit their own personal or business interests rather than the citizens. Making the decision to allow politicians to have full-time or substantive part-time jobs, would not only be detrimental to the operations of the country, but to the lives of each and every citizen of Jamaica. Today, I stand to ask you all to make the right decision for our future, the right decision for our republic, because at the end of the day, a free republic. The government rests for now.
All right, thank you very much, Nashe Baker from Jamaica College, the first speaker from the proposition team. All right, so we're going to, okay, she can't wait. All right, so we're going to welcome Miss Shan Taylor and Miss Shan.
Amoya Chambers.
How is that? Oh, Amoya Chambers?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, so Amoya Chambers, and that's the first speaker from the opposition side, BOGLE High School.
I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. This is my country. That is your country. These are the conceptions of narrow souls. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes to any one society and not expect backlash. These are the wise words of Amoya Chambers. Esteemed adjudicators, members of the audience, and fellow debaters, a pleasant afternoon to you all. I stand before you today to vehemently oppose the motion that this House would prohibit politicians from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs. While it is important to ensure the integrity and dedication of our elected officials, banning them from pursuing other professional endeavors would be detrimental to the effectiveness and representation we seek in our political system. Before delivering my speech, I have to address a matter of great urgency. The first speaker of side proposition mentioned the pay raise, but what he failed to highlight is that only a selective group of politicians gain that increase. Before I delve into my speech, let me define some key terms in the motion to provide clarity. According to the Oxford Dictionary, a politician is defined as a person who is professionally involved in politics, especially as a holder of an elected office. Defined by the same source, prohibit means to forcefully forbid something by law or rule or other authority. Defined by Indeed.com, a full-time job typically implies a set work week, usually with 8-hour days and 40-hour weeks, although this can vary depending upon the industry and nature of the position. The assumption is also a 5-day work week, although this especially can vary for some professions. Judges, I do understand that given this definition, it could be assumed that side proposition has some sort of leverage, but I assure you they do not. The definition also states that, and I quote, although this can vary depending upon the industry and the nature of the position, this especially can vary for some professions, end quote. Defined by encyclopedia.com, a substantive part-time job is defined as having, not accepted at this time, as having a separate and independent job that has a flexible work arrangement, which means working less than full-time hours. It usually means working fewer days per working week, and employees are normally considered to be part-time if they commonly work fewer than 30 hours a week. As the first speaker for side opposition, I am obligated to set a strong foundation for my team, and they in turn will build upon it. The points that will be presented by side opposition are as follows. First speaker, economic impact, financial responsibility and mitigating financial dependence and ensuring accountability, reducing corruption and conflicts of interest. Our second speaker will discuss grassroots representation, real-world connections and representations. The points that will be discussed by our third speaker are the invaluable wealth and expertise the politicians bring from their professional lives to politics. Politicians who maintain other jobs retain a direct connection to the everyday struggles of ordinary citizens. Let us begin by
Point of
examining,
information.
not accepted at this time. Let us begin by examining the context and considering the benefits that politicians with other jobs bring to the table. These individuals possess diverse perspectives and expertise gained from their professional experiences outside of politics. By leveraging their knowledge, they enrich policy discussions and decision-making processes, leading to more informed and well-rounded outcomes. Judges. Politicians who engage in other full-time or substantive part-time jobs maintain vital connections with various sectors of society. These connections allow them to better understand the needs and outcomes of the public.
Point of information.
Not accepted at this time. Ensuring that policies are developed with the input of those directly impacted. By having a diverse occupational background, politicians can effectively represent a broader range of constituents, promoting inclusivity and equal representation. And as we all know, inclusivity and equal representation is of utmost importance in the world of politics. Prohibiting politicians from having other jobs may result in a financial burden on the elected officials, especially those who rely on their income to support themselves or their families. Please note that not all politicians gained the increase that was delivered recently. It also demonstrates a
Point of information.
not accepted at this time. It also demonstrates a commitment to responsible financial management and independence. Allowing politicians to engage in other jobs can help them maintain their financial stability while serving the public, which can be particularly important for individuals from less privileged backgrounds. Judges, take the Honorable Dr. Horace Chang, CD MP, for example. He is currently the Minister of National Security for Jamaica, and he is a medical doctor by profession, serving in both the public and private sectors, where he notably made significant contributions to the development of the modern public health system for Jamaica. According to opm.gov.jm, the Honorable Horace Chang's political career began in 1976 as an active member of the Jamaica Labour Party. He has been a member of Parliament for the Northwest St. James since 2002. A former Minister of Housing, Environment, Water and Local Government from 2007 to 11. Under his guidance, the National Housing Development Corporation of Jamaica, which included the Operation Pride program, was reorganized and renamed the Housing Agency of Jamaica, HAJ. In water and waste sectors, he conceptualized the largest water supply improvement system in Jamaica while he was the minister. Dr. Chang was Parliament Secretary to the Ministry of Health. He also served as opposition spokesperson and housing inner city. Adjudicators. This minister has and is currently still making significant changes and improvement to our Jamaican society. Mind you, he is a medical doctor by profession, and given the facts, no doubt has a lot of responsibility as a member of Parliament. And to support the motion, as side proposition is he expected to drop his life's hard work just because he's a politician? Financial
Point of information.
Not accepted at this time. Financial independence is crucial. It's a crucial aspect to consider as well. Prohibiting politicians from having other jobs may impose a significant financial burden on elected officials. We must acknowledge that some politicians rely on their income from other jobs to support themselves or their families. By allowing them to engage in other professions, we demonstrate a commitment to responsible financial management and independence. This, in turn, can foster a sense of accountability and reduce the risk of corruption. Furthermore, politicians who maintain other full-time or substantive part-time jobs often bring specialized expertise to their political portfolios. Their first-hand experience in specific policy areas can contribute to crafting effective policies and regulations. By incorporating their insights gained from other professional endeavors, we can ensure that our political decisions are well informed and cater to the complexities of various industries. Politicians having other jobs can indeed lead to a significant downfall in the conflicts of interest and lower the chances of potential corruption. This is because having alternate sources of income can reduce the financial dependency of politicians on their political positions, making them less susceptible to external pressures and undue influence from special interest groups. Let's explore how this dynamic fosters a healthier political environment and strengthens the connection between politicians and their constituents.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. So we're going to welcome our next speaker from Jamaica College, from the proposing side, Mr. Amir Myrie. Just a reminder to the speakers, you have at least 15 seconds between when you can ask the next points of information. At that point, if you ask within that 15-second window, it's called badgering. So we'll nudge you and tell you that. Okay. Both sides.
All right. Mr. Speaker, distinguished opponents, and fellow debaters, good morning. One man, one job. I stand here before you today to reiterate the government's unyielding support of the motion which proposes prohibiting politicians from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs as an amendment in the new Constitution of Jamaica. While the opposition believes that the elected officials should have jobs outside of their political position, I would stand that this crucial amendment serves as a stepping stone to creating a prosperous Jamaica with a political system that fosters a sense of accountability, efficiency, equality, and transparency for our people. Mr. Speaker, perception is everything. Prohibiting politicians from engaging in other jobs sends a clear message to the public that their elected representatives are fully committed to serving their interests, because what is worth doing is worth doing well. We believe that this will help build trust and confidence in the political system and its representatives, which would inherently strengthen Jamaica's political system. Consequently, it will result in a more robust system focused on the nation's collective welfare and reinforce the dedication required for effective governance and nation building, a vision we are actively working towards for 2030. In 2020, Ms. Garnet Sinclair Murrah wrote in the Jamaica Gleaner highlighting that the nexus between political trust and governance is based on a political system that will produce preferred outcomes for residents without having them to be constantly scrutinizing the actions of government. A 230% salary increase should equal a 230% increase in productivity, accountability, performance, and dedication to service for the people of Jamaica. Holding another job alongside a political position can limit their effectiveness to carry out their responsibilities. According to our Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, ministers have statutory duties to apply discretion, resolve conflicts, and make policies. They have a duty to make legislation, ceremonial duties, and work with other counterparts overseas. Ministers also have to be advocates. They have to champion issues, and most of them have constituency work that they have to do as well, as my first speaker mentioned before. It is a consuming job. This proves the point that politicians have an incredibly demanding job that requires their full attention and commitment to serve the interests of their constituents and the people of Jamaica constructively. It was also said by our Prime Minister that the same tool that the government developed to assess the jobs of public sector workers is the same tool that was used to assess the jobs of the ministers and members of parliament. Therefore, the job of a minister would be considered the highest level of the public sector. My opponents, where would our elected members find time to occupy a second job if teachers and other public sector workers who fall below their level are unable to have such a privilege but would yearn for such opportunity given their current salary? Our Prime Minister is going to be paid $25 million this year, and for our leader of opposition, $22 million, and for a member of parliament, $12 million. Our mayors, upwards of $10 million. For our councillors, $5 million. So members of the opposition, do not tell me it is because they want money, because they need money. Preventing politicians from engaging in additional employment helps address inequality and promotes fair representation. Jamaican politics, like many other countries, face issues of elitism and the domination of the political landscape by a privileged few. Prohibiting politicians from holding other jobs ensures that political positions are more accessible to a wider range of individuals, especially those from the less privileged socio-economic background. If we continue to allow this, it will result in political positions becoming accessible primarily to those who are financially well off. potentially excluding talented and capable individuals which this country is desperately in need of. This change promotes equal opportunities for aspiring politicians, fosters a more representative democracy, and reduces the influence of money and power in politics. Some may argue that prohibiting politicians from holding other jobs infringes upon their personal freedom and restricts their ability to support themselves financially. However, let us not forget, let us not forget that serving as an elected official is not a mere job. It is public service. I repeat, it is public service, a sacred duty bestowed upon individuals by the citizens of our country. By accepting this responsibility, politicians commit themselves to prioritizing the welfare of the people over personal gain. Sacrifices must be made to ensure the greater good prevails. And prohibiting other jobs is one such sacrifice that upholds the integrity and effectiveness of our political system. Parliamentarians pledge their allegiance to, and I quote, consensuously and impartially discharge my responsibilities to the people of Jamaica, so help me God. Taking on a second job would not only be impractical, but also potentially compromise their ability to perform their duties consensuously and partially. The first speaker said, mind you, that they need another job to provide for themselves. However, they have already given themselves to the country. In conclusion, prohibiting politicians from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs in the new constitution of Jamaica is a crucial step toward...
Point of information.
Not accepted at this time. Crucial step toward enhancing the integrity, accountability, and transparency of our political system. We must stand together in support of this amendment to build a brighter future for Jamaica, because at the end of the day, a free republic. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Amir. All right, so that was the second speak from the proposition side, Jamaica College. All right, now we're going to welcome the second speaker. I'm going to get this right this time, Miss Shan Taylor. My Shan Taylor, okay. Second speaker from BOGLE High School. All right. All right, you can start.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished judges, esteemed fellow debaters. Today, I stand in resolute in opposition to the conviction and unyielding opposition to the motion that this House would prohibit politicians from engaging in other full-time or substantive part-time jobs. The first speaker on the opposition's proposition side mentioned that he's a junior counsel and that they are called upon any time of the day, every day. I too also am a junior counselor, and we have schedules. I don't know how your thing is being run, but we all have schedules. We don't just get called upon any time of the day because we have a life outside of being junior counselors. I implore you to recognize the sheer significance of allowing politicians to maintain diverse professional backgrounds as it is absolutely crucial for effective grassroots representation and establishment of a legislative body that truly represents the challenges faced by different sectors of our society. Allowing politicians to maintain diverse professional backgrounds is absolutely crucial for effective grassroots representation and
Point of information.
Not accepted. Establishment of a truly representative legislative body that comprehends the multi-faced challenges faced by different sectors of our society. In annals of history, one can find plethora of examples that underline the indispensability of grassroots representation in a vibrant democracy. It is through such representation that the voices and concern of individuals from various professions and industries find resonance.
Point of information.
Not accepted. Resonance in the political decision-making process. By permitting politicians to pursue other occupations, we establish a direct connection between our elected representative and the constituents they serve. We bridge the gap between the ivory towers of politics and the tangible realities of everyday life. Let us not forget the powerful words of expressed compelling article titled The Business Politics, published in The Gleaner on October 5th, 2012. It aptly emphasizes the critical role that grassroots representations plays in our democracy. In a compelling article in the... It is through... Let me illustrate this point with example of Dr. Michelle Charles, an accomplished doctor of dentistry who currently serves as the Member of Parliament for Eastern St. Thomas. Dr. Charles dedicated years of her life to obtaining her dental degree. And now, as a politician, should she be stripped of the ability to practice dentistry? The notion is preposterous. While being a politician comes with immense responsibilities, we must acknowledge that there is life beyond politics. Consider the plight of those individuals who, despite not being successful in elections, still identify as politicians. These individuals find themselves without a job. An article in The Gleaner published on December 5th, 2020 highlighted the case of Peter Bunting, who, after losing his Manchester Central seat in the September 3rd general election, could no longer rely on his political salary. Without a stable income, he had to depend on his business, formerly known as Daring, Bunting and Golding, to sustain himself. Similarly, Damian Crawford, not accepted. Damian Crawford faced tremendous losses when he lost the election, as he was occupying government housing and relying on government-provided vehicle. These circumstances forced him to expand in his liquid egg business in order to recover from the setbacks he encountered. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished judges, it should be crystal clear that prohibiting politicians from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs is absurd, as the ever-changing fashion trends, unpredictable election outcomes can leave politicians without guaranteed seats, and thus alternative sources of income become imperative for their survival. When politicians engage in other occupations, they bring invaluable first-hand knowledge and experiences from different sectors of society. In the legislative process, let us consider the example of small business owner who also serves as a politician. These individuals possess a deep understanding of the struggles and triumphs of entrepreneurs, enabling them to effectively advocate for policies that support local businesses, job creation, and overall economic growth. Their practical insights play a pivotal role in shaping legislation that is sensitive to the needs and aspirations of small business owners, thereby empowering a crucial segment of our society. By allowing politics to maintain their professions outside of politics, we create a more diverse and representative legislative body. Our society is a tapestry woven with individuals of diverse backgrounds, talents, and expertise. If we confine politicians to a single occupation, we run the risk of excluding vital perspectives and inadvertently fostering a political echo chamber. By embracing the multi-faced experience of politicians, we ensure that various sectors of our society are well represented, that the legislative process fully comprehends the nuisance challenges faced by each sector. Now let us turn our attention to the invaluable contribution of nurses and doctors who serve as politicians. Armed with first-hand experience in the healthcare field, these individuals possess unparallelable insights into the realities of patient care, the challenges plaguing our healthcare system, and the needs of both healthcare providers and patients. These presence in the political arena guarantees that healthcare policies are informed by their expertise and address the concerns of all stakeholders involved in the healthcare industry. Critics of the inclusive approach argue that politicians with other jobs may encounter conflicts of interest. However, it is crucial to bear in mind that politicians have an inherent responsibility to disclose any potential. The third speaker of my team will follow up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maishan Henry, and he was the second speaker from the opposition side, Paul Bogle High School. So we're going to welcome the third speaker from Jamaica College, the proposition side, Mr. Leju Chong, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good day, Mr. Speaker, judges, my esteemed teammates, and worthy opponents. Side government agrees with the moot. This House would prohibit politicians from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs. Let me begin with nepotism. According to dictionary.com, nepotism is favoritism shown on the basis of family relationships, as in businesses and politics. In Jamaica, nepotism and corruption have been plaguing the society of Jamaica, aka the land of links. Jamaica is known for having a corrupt society. Some of our politicians also follow these bad habits, just like when we had a COVID lockdown and found Floyd Green, one of our own politicians, having a toast at a party. Does that ring a bell? According to an article from the Jamaica Gleaner, titled Jamaicans' Perception of Corruption in the Society, Jamaicans have placed their leaders at the top of the corruption scale. Let's just face the facts. Politicians who earn upwards of 10 million, as stated by my Prime Minister, will bribe their employers to obtain higher positions, even though they would have no experience in that field. Positions such as manager, supervisor, head of department, etc. The Prime Minister stated by defining a politician and outlining the fact that the life of a politician must be dedicated to the service of their country and citizens. My first speaker also mentioned that our politicians gained a 230% wage increase. The Ministry of Labor and Social Security will be allocating 200 million more to members of the Parliament and to address the urgent needs of their constituents. So therefore, no politician needs another job. Why on earth would you give another job? Why on earth would you need another job, rather, after earning such a great pay increase? My first speaker covered another topic, saying that if our very own Prime Minister was to have another job, he would be too tired to lead his country, therefore making him ineffective. How will a person be able to take on the responsibility of managing a whole population and also take on other jobs, taking into consideration the number of meetings that they would have each week? Where on earth will they find the time for another job? My second speaker elaborated on prohibiting politicians from holding other jobs, ensures that political positions are more accessible to a broad range of individuals, especially those from the less privileged socioeconomic background. He proceeded to say that if we continue to allow this, it will result in political positions becoming accessible primarily to those who are financially well off, potentially excluding talented and capable individuals within this country, which this country desperately needs. This change promotes opportunities for aspiring politicians, fosters a more representative democracy, and reduces the influence of money and power in politics. Before we close, let me pose an alternative. Why can't politicians bring skills from personal life to their politician life to better relate to the people of the country without having another job? Your opposition leader mentioned Dr. Horace Chang, who you say is a doctor. Why can't Dr. Horace Chang use his skills to better relate to the doctors in our society and assist in problem solving within the sector? We need to make the right decisions because, after all, a free republic. Side government rests.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Leju Chong, for Jamaica College, the third speaker. All right, so we're going to welcome the final speaker for this segment of the debate before we get into our reply speeches, and that will be Shanoy Shand from Paul Bogle High School.
The first speaker for side proposition. What do you mean that politicians must dedicate their entire lives to the people of the country? Aren't they basically slaves? What happened to your sympathy for your fellow human beings. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished judges, respected audience, good afternoon. Today, on this day, I ascend to the stage with unshakable conviction in opposition to the motion that would prohibit politicians from pursuing other full-time or substantive part-time jobs. This motion, though it may seem well-intentioned, threatens to undermine the very essence of our democratic process and rob us of the vibrant diversity of our perspective that our political landscape so desperately need. I reiterate crucial points explored by Speaker 1 and 2, as well as provide further enlightenment. In our ever-evolving world, it is crucial that we acknowledge the invaluable wealth of expertise and experience that politicians bring from their professional lives outside of politics. These individuals have walked part of various industries, mastered their crafts, and faced the challenges of the real world head-on. By limiting them to a single profession, we risk denying ourselves the opportunity to tap into their wealth of knowledge, thus depriving us our policy discussion and decision-making process of the unique insights they can offer. Political representatives such as Peter Bunting, Damian Crawford, Dr. Fenton Ferguson are assets to our government. Let me hastily admit that a lot is wrong with our political representation in our country, but this has been allowed to continue because inundated policies permeate the very fabric of representational policy. Let me explain. The problem is not that politicians possess full-time or substantive part-time jobs outside of politics. The real problem is transparency and accountability. Politicians should be truly tested and investigated in order to ensure that they act in the best interest of people. Not acceptable at the moment, serving with integrity. If this is effectively done, the only benefit can come from politicians being otherwise employed. I repeat, politicians should not be prohibited from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs. Imagine a politician who successfully built a business empire or excelled in the medical field. Their entrepreneurial acumen or deep understanding of the healthcare intricacies could revolutionize our economic policies or healthcare system, respectively. By embracing their diverse expertise, we can create a political arena brimming with innovative solutions that address the complex problem we face. As much as possible, it should be representative with these expertise who serve in this position. Moreover, let's not forget that politicians who maintain other jobs retain a direct connection to everyday struggles of ordinary people. They remain firmly rooted in the realities faced by people from all walks of life. These politicians comprehend the trials and tribulations of different sectors of society, ensuring that the policies they champion are not mere abstract notions, but well-informed, relevant, and impactful measures. My colleague Marshawn Taylor explained it best grassroots political representation. When we have representatives who are actively engaged in other employment, we are blessed with leaders who bring real-world experience to the table. They possess the empathy and understanding necessary to bridge the gap between the corridors of power and the kitchen table where everyday decisions are made. They become relatable and effective advocates for the people, amplifying the voice of those who are often overlooked and undermined. But it is not only enriching our democratic discourse and fostering a stronger connection with the people. Prohibiting politicians from having other jobs would have dire financial implications, particularly for those in low-level positions. Let us not turn a blind eye to the harsh realities faced by many politicians who rely on income from other employment to support themselves and their families. In fact, it was only recently that councillors started to earn a slightly livable salary, which was posted in the Gleaner on May 22, 2023. If we strip these individuals of the ability to pursue other jobs, we risk erecting barriers that deter talent and capable individuals from entering the arena of public service. We risk permitting a system where only the financial privileged can afford to dedicate themselves fully to politics. Is that the kind of representative democracy we aspire to build? I think not. We must nurture a political landscape that is diverse, inclusive, and representative to all citizens. Honorable judges, my opponents, by allowing politicians to engage in other employment, we create a formidable defense against the influence of special interest groups and lobbyists. When our elected officials have alternative sources of income, they are not solely reliant on political funding. This independent strength, their resolve, and shield them from a temptation of corruption or the shackles of undue influence. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. The third speaker from Paul Bogle High School, Mr. Shanoy Shan. So both teams will have 1 minute to prepare their reply speeches, and we will be starting with the opposition, and then followed by the debate will be closed by the proposition side. So you have 1 minute starting now. You had 1 minute plus brought up. So we're going to start now with the opposition reply speaker. And all right, so you can start in 10 seconds.
As the proud reply speaker for said opposition, I rise to address the arguments presented by the proposition in favor of the motion. This House would prohibit politicians from having other full-time or part-time jobs. While the proposition has raised some valid points, I will demonstrate how such a prohibition could have unintended negative consequences and hinder effective governance and representation. I have already addressed the ludicrous motion that proposition's first speaker had already presented, and his third speaker came to back him up on it. But let me reiterate, just because they are members of parliament does not mean they get sustainable enough pay. What about the parties that are not elected? The proposition's second speaker mentioned that the political members have duties, and that we can agree on. But what the speaker failed to highlight is that the members of parliament already have other jobs and are doing their job as a political representative effectively. And we know this because in Jamaica, no matter what, nothing can hide. He also mentioned that it is public service, and they are humans too. After all, they have a life out of politics. Yes, they gave themselves to serve their country, but what does that say? Yes, they have undying love for their country, but should they do that starving? Side proposition blatantly stated that just because politicians have taken up the role to serve their country, they should be satisfied with any amount of money they get. Judges, at this point, I believe it is clear that side proposition clearly wants politicians to serve their country effectively, even if they are suffering in poverty. Side proposition's first speaker also said something that needs immediate attention. When he was asked the earlier point of information, asking, why should politicians throw away their hard work and livelihood just because they are a politician? And he replied with, and I quote, if they knew they were going into politics, why go to a university and not just go straight into politics, end quote. Let me tell you, you cannot become a politician unless you have a degree. Why go to university unless you are going to support something you're passionate about? No, my opponents, money isn't the only thing on our minds. To reiterate what my team and I came here today to stand on, banning politicians from having other full-time or substantive part-time jobs could hinder the diversity, expertise, and representation we aspire to achieve in our political system. By embracing the perspectives and experiences gained from other professions, we empower our elected officials to make informed decisions that reflect the interests of the public. We must not undermine the economic impact, grassroots representations, and adaptability that these politicians bring to the table. In pursuit of an effective and inclusive political landscape, let us reject this motion and celebrate the multiplicity of skills and perspectives that politicians with other jobs bring to our society. Side opposition rests.
All right, thank you very much. And that was the reply speaker from Paul Bogle High School, who was the opposition, Ms. Amoy Chambers. All right, so we're going to welcome the final speaker for this debate. He has the honor. I'm believing that is Mr. Nashe Baker. Okay, and he will have the honor of closing the debate by providing a reply speech from the proposition, Jamaica College.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have had an interesting presentation of points here today. We commend the opposition for their valiant effort, but nevertheless, the argument from the government proved to be the stone knocking out Goliath. Banning would be detrimental to the society. How, opposition? Unless you're saying that your politicians are going to be corrupt or not perform their duties. Otherwise, I don't see how society will be affected, as you said, detrimentally. You said money is not everything, but all I heard was that our politicians living in poverty. If our politicians were living in poverty, getting paid, our Prime Minister 25 million, or MPs 12 million, or councillors 5 million, then, ladies and gentlemen, I want to live in poverty too, because I am getting millions of dollars every... Third speaker, if I may, you said that the councillors' new pay is slightly a livable wage. Third speaker, do you call $5 million slightly? $5 million is what our councillors are going to be paid this year, Mr. Third Speaker. Connections to the sector. You kept on saying that they needed to have connections to the sector. Can they not have connections to the sector while still being only an MP? That is the job of our ministers. That is the job of our ministries, to represent the sector, to have connections to the sector. Unless you're talking about personal backdoor corrections, which, opposition, we do not condone. You were speaking about work over country. Investing their time, their 5 years, their 6 years, their 7 years, dentistry, law, medicine. Do you really think that they are going to give up politics for, according to you, their life's work? This is all they have worked for. Also, you do not need a degree to become a politician. Please don't say that again. Or Honorable Desmond Mackenzie, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, would be honestly embarrassed. Are you saying that politicians need money to not be corrupt? Because that's what you were saying in your second speaker speech. You're saying that we need to pay our politicians good enough so that they aren't corrupt and so that they perform their duties effectively. Really? Do we really need to pay them that much? This is a public sector. It's a life of service to your country. You shouldn't care about the money. Money should not be the only option that you're not corrupt. It is a moral responsibility, not a monetary responsibility. You said, as a junior councillor, you're not on call. But I was not talking about a junior councillor. I was talking about our senior councillors. Our senior councillors who meet at the KCMC every Tuesday. They are on call 24 hours a day. The government rests.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Nashe Baker from Jamaica College. So what we're going to ask both teams to do, you're going to cross the floor and shake hands with each other, greet each other, in the spirit of friendly and respectable competition. Don't look so enthusiastic. Look at that. Oh my God, you might make friends. All right, so while you guys become acquainted with each other, the judges are going to go head outside and we're going to deliberate and try to come back with a verdict as soon as possible. So. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. All right, good afternoon, everyone. All right, so that was a really, really good match between Jamaica College, who was the proposing side, and the opposition, Paul Bogle High School. So just want everybody in the audience to just give them a round of applause. I must say, to be quite honest, it was actually a very entertaining match to watch. You know, there was robust engagement, and we love that. And the team members seemed like they were very excited to present their speeches. Okay, so before we start, we're going to just give a little bit of comments, and I'll give you some more feedback afterwards, just in general. So one, I'll just say, it's important that when you're doing a debate like this, now this is a debate where I would like to call an outcomes debate, where it matters at the end of the day who comes up with a resolution to what is being argued. Now, what is being argued is not always prima facie what is on the motion. So, for instance, in this debate, there were questions about, and I identified them in 3 main clashes. So the first clash was about, like, for instance, expertise. How do we get the best of expertise in our politicians? Now, you need, the first speakers need to actually identify that this is something that you want to resolve in the debate. And I'll also encourage your reply speakers to be able to identify these clashes. Now, just as a rule of thumb, if you actually want to know what a clash will look like in a debate it among yourselves on a trading when and prepare it. Where the points of contentions are where people start to get heated and people are cussing and said, why you saying don't make no sense, those are normally where the clashes are. So that's where people, just like how you would think that somebody else on your team member would disagree with what you're saying strongly, you need to be able to decide before going into your match that this is where your opposition is going to come at you and hit you hard, right? So, and at the end of this kind of an outcomes debate, that's where many times the matches are chosen, because that is how we actually decided this match. Because the quality on both teams were actually relatively good in terms of how we matched up speakers against speakers, in terms from just a numerical kind of point of view. It came down to who did we think actually answered the fundamental questions in this debate. So we think that, for instance, the winner identified these 2 main clashes. I think one clash was, to me, largely remained unresolved. So the first clash about expertise. Now we heard this idea that, listen, when politicians actually work in the industry, they're bringing that expertise, that network. However, we also got back from Jamaica College that first clash kind of came up from Paul Bogle. But we heard from Jamaica College, hey, you can achieve all of that without actually actively being in the job. So if you're a doctor, for say, you can actually still maintain your medical knowledge. Your network within the medical field can still be brought back as a minister of government. And we thought on that clash, while we still think Jamaica College has work to be done for the next match, we thought that you guys won on that clash. Nothing big. So you have work to do in the next match. On the matter of corruption, I think this was another clash that we saw in the debate about in which model are you less likely to get corruption. No, I'm not going to tell you that. The judges had their own debates about this. Because we heard on one side this idea, okay, people need to work other jobs because they need to make up the money. We also heard on another side, okay, but if you're working an next job, you're more likely to be bound to special interests. However, an analysis of this debate, I think the clash was kind of won based on the fact that the person who won the clash kind of highlighted to us that, listen, when you're actively involved or actively in bed with special interests, you're more likely to be amenable to corruption, and that corruption is not just an issue of money, but really a morality issue. And I'll caution Jamaica College, though, because that resolve came almost in the end of the debate. And if when it comes that late, you allow arguments that are extremely strong to not get enough teeth and not to punch very heavily in the debate. In terms of the rights of the politician, we thought that Paul Bogle actually gave a very strong argument saying, okay, listen, politicians they're people and they should be able to, they should be able to work as well and so on. But here's where we think that the clash, why we say that the first two clashes were won by Jamaica College. We think that the idea of expertise, there was a resolve there that showed you that you can work, become a politician and still maintain that level of expertise. And from that, we thought that Jamaica College narrowly got the victory on that clash, and also the matter of corruption. The points were very, very, very close, arm's length apart. So we thought that that's where the winner for today, the proposition side, Jamaica College narrowly edged out Paul Bogle. And that was the preliminary explanation. If you want some more feedback to the judges, you can come to us peacefully. Don't attack us, but we can give you some very comprehensive review, and some tips for the next match. Okay? Oh, and just as a side, I forgot to bring this up. I think in this debate, there was also a contextual issue that I think could have helped both teams. And I think a team that had decided to put the debate into context would have probably won the match. So for instance, even the question about whether a member of parliament who is also operating as a minister, which is also another job, you're technically holding two jobs, nobody kind of identified that was actually an issue within the debate. So a member of parliament who is also a minister, because especially when we're talking about constitutional reform, that's a huge conversation in constitutional reform, whether or not you should be a representative and also serving at the executive level. Because if we're hearing this argument coming from both sides, that these are heavy jobs individually by themselves. So why it is that, for instance, a councillor or an MP cannot be a teacher, but they're able to run an entire ministry? Anybody kind of get it where I'm going right there? That entire context. So when you're doing these kind of debates, at first you have to bring out the context and kind of look and paint the picture of what the realities of the Jamaican political system looks like and who are the creatures of politics in Jamaica. So how do politicians actually operate in Jamaica? So especially when you bring up a thing like special interest, things like campaign financing, give us a very practical example. I know my judges are telling me that I need to start, but I always like to explain to people how you can do better in the next round. So something as simple as storytelling is very important. We were talking about this example. I said, for instance, let's say a legislation. This is how you can paint the picture to people. A legislation comes before the House and it says, okay, we're talking about bank financing or bank regulations reform. How does, for instance, a politician who is employed at a bank or is the CEO of a bank, how does he operate? And it's also this argument about equality and who can have access to represent in the House. I also think that was not dealt with well on both sides, because the whole argument about whether or not you can actually get the elite versus the people, regular working class people, who this policy actually does get into the parliament, and how does this policy actually get those people into the parliament, which one you're more likely to get in terms of outcomes. That was another argument that I don't think we thought about it from a practical Jamaican political standpoint. So I think going forward, ensure that you bring a lot of context to the debate. And I think sometimes when you bring more context to the debate, your arguments become more valuable. And I think that's what opposition, which I think that you had a lot of winning arguments. I think what it was lacking, to be honest, is a lot of contextualization to give it a little bit more reinforcement that it becomes believable. You get me? All right, so that was the judges' feedback. Oh, and the best speaker actually did the paper with the Amoya. Yes, Amoya Chambers. So that was the best speaker for today's match. And that was the first speaker rather, from the opposition side. So as we tell you, it was actually very close. It just really came down to who won the questions in the debate that we thought needed to be answered. And we thought JC slightly edged out Paul Bogle in answering those questions. Okay. Congratulations. Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We're now going to engage in the first match for round 2, where we will have BOGLE High facing off against Arden High. And the motion for this round is, this House would require that prospective political candidates undergo rigorous background and integrity tests before being eligible for nomination. So at this point in time, we're going to just hop right into it. We'll now invite the first speaker from the proposition to open the case.
I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. We must again try to be alive to what the people of our country really long for in our national life: forgiveness and grace, maturity and wisdom. Our political leaders will know our priorities only if we tell them again and again, and if those priorities begin to show up on the polls. Peggy Noonan. Adjudicators, members of the audience, and distinguished opponents, a good day to you all. I stand before you as the first speaker on four-side proposition, ardently supporting the motion that this House requires prospective political candidates to undergo rigorous background and integrity tests before being eligible for nomination. Today, we present a compelling case for why such tests are crucial for promoting good governance, ensuring ethical leadership, and upholding accountability within our political system. Before delving into my speech, let me highlight the definition of some key points in the motion to prevent any misconceptions. According to lawinsider.com, a prospective candidate is defined as a person who is considering whether to seek the leadership of or in a party. A background check is a process by which a person or company uses to verify a person who they claim to be and provides opportunities for someone to check a person's criminal record, education, employment history, and other activities that happened in the past in order to confirm their validity. An integrity test is a specific type of personality test designed to assess an applicant's tendency to be honest, trustworthy, and dependable. A lack of integrity is associated with such counterproductive behaviors as theft, violence, sabotage, and disciplinary and absenteeism. Now, the points that will be discussed by our team by side proposition are as follows. First speaker, promoting good governance, ensuring ethical leadership and accountability. Second speaker, upholding standards of representation, strengthening public trust in the political process. Third speaker, preventing corruption and scandals, enhancing good governance and competence. Our first and foremost point centers around the significance of promoting good governance through rigorous tests. Effective governance requires individuals who possess the necessary qualifications, integrity, and leadership qualities to make informed decisions on behalf of the public. By subjecting candidates to go through background and integrity tests, we ensure that those who seek public office are truly capable of governing responsibly. Consider the benefits of screening out candidates with hidden agendas or questionable backgrounds. By doing so, we safeguard our political system from potential harm that could arise from those with ulterior motives. Only the most qualified and ethical individuals will be entrusted with making important decisions and impact the lives of citizens. Adjudicators, I'm sure we are all well aware of the corruptivity rate of Jamaicans, and I know we don't want politicians who are corrupt or have a dark background to be leading us. Ensuring ethical leadership and accountability. Our second point highlights the paramount importance of ensuring ethical leadership and accountability among our political candidates to maintain the integrity of our democracy. It is imperative that those who seek to represent us in the government possess the highest moral standards and character. Judges, maintaining the integrity of our democracy is important for a number of reasons, and some of said reasons are protection of human rights, Democracy ensures that the rights and freedoms of individuals are protected and upheld. In a democratic society, citizens have the right to express their opinions, assemble peacefully, and participate in decision-making processes without fear of persecution, rule of law, and accountability. In a democratic system, all individuals, including government officials, are bound by the rule of law. This principle ensures that no one is above the law and that those in positions of power are held accountable for their actions. A strong democratic foundation in Jamaica fosters a culture of transparency, fairness, and justice. Economic development and stability. Democratic countries often experience a more stable economic growth and development. Political stability, which is a characteristic of democratic nations, attracts investments, promotes entrepreneurship, and fosters a conducive environment for the economic progress. A democratic Jamaica can create opportunities for prosperity and improve the quality of life for its citizens. Peaceful resolution of conflicts. Democratic societies tend to resolve conflicts through peaceful means, such as dialogue, negotiation, and compromise. In conclusion, maintaining democracy in Jamaica is vital for protecting human rights, ensuring accountability, and fostering public participation and representation. By conducting rigorous background and integrity tests, we can identify any misconduct, financial improprieties, or unethical behavior. Not accepted at this time. Imagine the consequences of a candidate with a history of corruption or dishonesty were to assume a position of power. This could erode public trust and undermine the very essence of our democratic system. By implementing rigorous tests, we prevent the nomination of such individuals and safeguard the integrity of the political process. We can be confident that those in power will act with transparency and accountability, knowing that their backgrounds have been thoroughly scrutinized. An example of this, recently in a neighboring country, a politician with a history of financial malfeasance was elected, leading to a scandal that shook the public's confidence in their political leaders. Had rigorous background checks and background and integrity tests been in place, this situation could have been prevented, and the public trust in their representative would not have been compromised. Yes, not accepted at this time. Yes, it is important to protect privacy, the privacy of the nominees, but it is also important to have good leaders who have clean slates so they can lead by example, and we as citizens won't be discouraged to follow. In short, implementing rigorous background and integrity tests for prospective political candidates is vital for promoting good governance, ensuring ethical leadership, and upholding accountability within our political system. By subjecting candidates to go through scrutiny, we select those who are truly qualified and have the highest moral character to represent the interests of the public. Let us work together to protect the integrity of our democracy and instill confidence in our political leaders. By supporting this motion, we can foster a political environment where transparency, accountability, and ethical leadership thrive, ultimately benefiting the citizens and the future nation. Side proposition temporarily rests.
Good afternoon, illustrious judges, my most attentive audience, and my most worthy opponents. I stand as the opposition leader to withstand the motion. This House would require that prospective political candidates undergo rigorous background and integrity tests before being eligible for nomination. The opposition is firmly against this motion and would suggest that this House would require that prospective political candidates undergo rigorous background and integrity tests upon being eligible for nomination. According to the Jamaica legislature, eligibility for nomination, and I quote, is any Commonwealth citizen 21 years or older who has been domiciled in Jamaica for the 12 months preceding an election, may become a member of the House of Representatives if elected. Among those who may not become members of the legislature are members of the Defense Force, persons serving a foreign government, judges of the Supreme Court or Court of Appeal, and persons holding or acting in public offices. A prospective political candidate can be defined in parts, with a candidate being defined as someone who is being considered for a position. For example, someone who is running in an election or applying for a job. Therefore, a political candidate can be defined as a person who meets the requirements of nomination and is interested in being in political office. With these established definitions, we can concur that with the proposed motion, any adult citizen of Jamaica could be subjected to unsolicited background checks and integrity tests even before being eligible for nomination. The opposition finds that this would be a great misuse of government resources, as not all candidates will be nominated, and therefore the collection process would be futile. Some may say, this information can be stored, but given our recent attempts to store information, are we sure that the government can ensure the safeguarding and of this valuable data? Can we ensure that the government will be able to protect its citizens' data and information? Though they might try to reassure you, the evidence suggests otherwise. An article posted in 2021 from TechCrunch.com, later referenced by the Radio Jamaica News, states that in 2021, there was a massive data leak from the JAM COVID-19 website, where thousands of COVID-19 results and immigration documents were left unprotected. Mr. Speaker, if we cannot ensure that the safety of such valuable information at such a large scale, what more could we expect from the government when this task could not be handled effectively? What provisions would be made to ensure that this dreadful event does not occur? We, as the opposition, suggest that these checks be done upon nomination so as to ensure that the candidates are interested in being elected for the political office, as well as ensuring that the resources required to collect this data is not wasted. When checks have been done upon nomination rather than before, essentially, candidates are giving themselves up for scrutiny, which is preferred, especially since you'd want a candidate that wants to be in the office. The Data Protection Act, passed in June 2020, was made in lieu of COVID for the safeguarding of data, as well as to strengthen the country's national security. This act covers the breach of data, selling of data, as well as the reluctance/refusal to comply with this act will be considered as an offense. This Data Act has similarities with previous systems that have been established, such as NIDS. However, this Data Protection Act should target non-political affiliated organizations, since the most valuable data is kept within the government agencies. One such government agency is the OIC, which is responsible for the monitoring compliance with the Act and attendance regulations, as well as advising the government on matters relating to data protection and access to information. The opposition believes that in order for this proposal to be successful, the OIC, a single certified government agency that is not politically affiliated, must carry out these background checks. The opposition believes that this proposal will be functional and efficient, given the many challenges that the government faces within itself. Businesses have been given 2 years to prepare for the aforementioned Data Act, which will take effect on December 1st, 2023. How are small businesses affected by this, you ask? These small businesses are important within the process because they provide previous and current employment information about candidates, transactions carried out by these candidates, and provides a wider scope of the candidate's persona. Earlier, the proposition stated that integrity checks and transparency is what they are most interested in. But is the proposition really interested in safeguarding the information of the Jamaican citizens? Because it seems to me all that they're able to offer is just word of mouth. But proposition, what measures will you put in place to ensure that the people's information can be safeguarded and can be protected? Whilst corruption is a present concern, the safety and security of citizens is the utmost priority of the opposition to uphold the citizens' fundamental right to protection. To access this information as a requirement without the proper systems to protect this data is blasphemous, as it shows that the Prime Minister is negligent and with his duties towards his citizens. With agencies put in place to tackle corruption, such as MOCA, what is the hesitance to trust these organizations that have proven their capability in numerous occasions? The opposition race.
Proposition speaker to extend the case.
Mr. Speaker, judges, my opponents, and members of the audience, a pleasant afternoon. I stand before you today as the second speaker in support of the motion. This House requires that prospective candidates undergo rigorous background and integrity tests before being eligible for negotiation. We have reached a pivotal moment in our democracy where the restoration of public trust in our political system is not just a choice, but an imperative. It is a high time we take bold and proactive measures to ensure that only the most worthy and trustworthy individuals occupy positions of power and influence. I firmly believe that such tests are not only necessary, but crucial for ensuring the credibility, trustworthiness, and integrity of our candidates. As Benjamin Franklin once said, an investment in the knowledge pays the best interest. By subjecting candidates to rigorous background and integrity tests, we are investing in the knowledge about their past, present, and potential actions, thereby safeguarding the interests of our society. As the great Sean Connery famously once said, like a captivating tapestry, a great background weaves together the threads of experience, knowledge, and character, creating a rich tapestry on which we build our future. In an era characterized by dwindling faith in our political institutions, we cannot turn a blind eye to the shortcomings that have eroded the public's confidence. By subjecting candidates to rigorous scrutiny, we can meticulously assess their suitability, integrity, and moral compass. This is not an act of intrusion, but an act of safeguarding the very essence of our democracy. Rigorous background and integrity tests provide an essential means of filtering out individuals who may pose a threat to our democracy, our institutions, and our fellow citizens. In today's world, where misinformation, corruption, and scandals have become all too prevalent, we cannot afford to have candidates with questionable backgrounds or dubious intentions slipping through the cracks.
Point of information.
Not accepted. As Thomas Jefferson wisely noted, honesty is the first chapter in the book of wisdom. By conducting thorough background checks, we can uncover any past transgressions or unethical behavior, ensuring that only individuals of unquestionable integrity and character are entrusted with the responsibility of negotiating on our behalf. To understand the gravity of this proposal, let us delve into the wisdom shared by eminent scholars in the field of government and politics. In the book Introduction to Sociology, authored by William Little and Little Williams, the chapter on government and politics, specifically chapter 17, reminds us that politics should not be about serving, should not should be about serving the people and advancing the collective welfare rather than personal gain. Unfortunately, we have witnessed far too many instances where unscrupulous individuals have exploited their political positions for personal enrichment and engaged in rampant corruption. Furthermore, rigorous tests can help us gauge a candidate's competence and ability to make sound decisions. Negotiations require critical thinking, strategic planning, and the ability to analyze complex situations. As Warren Buffett famously said, in the business world, the rear view mirror is always clearer than the windshield. By assessing a candidate's past actions and decision-making process, we can gain valuable insights into their ability to handle the negotiations effectively and ethically. This not only protects the interests of the parties involved, but also enhances the overall reputation of our political system. Allow me to illustrate the urgency of this matter through tangible examples. Consider the case of Karen Spencer, a former government minister in Jamaica, who in 2008 was accused of corruption and misappropriation of public funds relating to the Jamaica Digiport International Limited case. Although Spencer was ultimately acquitted due to lack of evidence, the doubts surrounding his integrity were further compounded by an earlier revelation that during his tenure at the University of West Indies, he had orchestrated a raffle for a non-existent vehicle. Thorough background checks and investigations would have effectively uncovered these red flags, protecting our nation from the embarrassment of the Cuban light bulb saga, as Spencer would not have been nominated to represent the Jamaican people. Similarly, a comprehensive integrity test could have potentially averted the scandal involving Ruel Reid, a prominent figure in Jamaica's politics, who was arrested in 2019 for allegedly diverting nearly 50 million of public funds for personal use. This case bore resemblance to schemes associated with the Career Advancement Program Youth Employment Solutions. A rigorous background check prior to Reid's nomination could have prevented such a potential scandal from unfolding. Ladies and gentlemen, judges, and my opponents, a comprehensive integrity test stands to evaluate the character, moral fiber of prospective candidates, and it is important to acknowledge that those who hold public office are entrusted with making decisions that shape the lives of countless individuals. Thus, we must demand leaders who embody the highest ethical standards and are guided by an unwavering sense of integrity. By subjecting candidates to exhaustive scrutiny, we can critically assess their past actions, associations, and ethical conduct, ensuring that those who seek to represent us are genuinely deserving. Furthermore, the implementation of rigorous background checks and integrity tests would evaluate the bar for political leadership. It would inspire exceptional young individuals brimming with competence and vision to venture into politics, knowing that their qualifications and integrity will be thoroughly evaluated. This cultural shift would foster a climate of accountability and attract individuals who are genuinely committed to public service, untainted by the allure of personal gain. Madam Speaker, the implementation of rigorous background and integrity tests for prospective political candidates is not merely essential, it is imperative for the restoration of public trust in our democracy. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges, a pleasant afternoon. I stand here as the Deputy Opposition Leader of this House to further oppose the proposition's ludicrous stance on the motion. This House would require that prospective political candidates undergo rigorous background and integrity tests before being eligible for nomination. Before the government dives into such deep waters, there are still some crucial elements that need to be clarified. How does the government plan to maintain the privacy of citizens whilst carrying out these rigorous background checks? In any democracy, security is just as important as an individual's privacy. Thus, privacy should never be neglected. Seeing that the rigorous background checks are time-consuming, how does the government plan to instill this proposal efficiently? What platforms will be used? Are these platforms advanced enough to reduce or completely eliminate human efforts? Are these platforms safe? Recently, Jamaica has experienced data leakage through its immigration website. What measure does the government propose to prevent data leakage, given the shortage of cybersecurity officers within the island? These questions echo the resounding cry of Jamaican people. These kinks need to be ironed out before going forward with these background checks. Why would background checks be mandated without a clear statement that suggests why this information is needed? There are no set requirements for the positions offered in the current office. Therefore, the information needed to be elected is unknown and not feasible. Why question one's integrity without a criteria? There are no grounds to collect this information. The necessity of retaining this information is quite unclear and therefore proves aimless. Without a stipulated job description or reasonable requirements for the position, candidates should have the right to refuse the mandated background checks as they have not been informed which requirements should be met for them to be eligible for nomination. Seeing as government has recently reviewed its job descriptions and requirements to meet the standard of the new wage increase, there is high uncertainty within the government. And until talks are finalized, such sacred information should not be in incapable hands, especially before being eligible for a nomination. With commissions like MOCA, why are background checks necessary, seeing that they don't address the roots of the problem, which is corruption? How will these background checks be successful if there is government interference? Won't this just lead to biases and continued corruption? What is done with this information after elections? Prospective candidates would have their whole life story out in the open, making them seem open to scams and other malicious acts. Is this the kind of Jamaica that we truly want? The opposition momentarily rests.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges and fellow debaters, good afternoon. I stand before you today to passionately advocate for the motion. This also requires that prospective political candidates undergo rigorous background and integrity tests before being eligible for nomination. In a world where political corruption and scandals have eroded public trust, it is imperative that we take a proactive stance to safeguard our democratic institution. Our democracy hangs in the balance. It is our duty to fortify its foundation. Now imagine for a moment, my opponents, a Jamaica where corruption and scandal no longer plague our political landscape. Picture a nation where the leaders we choose are guided by unwavering principles, where their integrity shines as bright as our island sun. This vision, oh my fellow citizens, is not a distant dream. It is within our grasp, but it requires our resolute commitment to implementing rigorous background and integrity tests. Corruption seeps in the very fabric of our society, poisoning the mind, hopes, and aspiration of our people. We cannot afford to turn a blind eye any longer. We must take a stand, united in our resolve, to prevent this insidious force from tearing apart the very essence of our beloved Jamaica. Background and integrity tests, my friend, are not burdensome shackles that hinder progress. They are beacons of hope, illuminating the path towards a future free from the taint of corruption. These tests serve as a shield, protecting the trust of our citizens and upholding the scared values upon which our nation was built. Preventing corruption and scandals is a fundamental objective that we must pursue to ensure the integrity of our political system. Background and integrity tests are a powerful tool in achieving this goal. Let me illustrate this in recent years. Jamaica has been galvanizing with corruption within its political arena. The Trafigura affair serve as a thorn in our side as a reminder of the importance of the background and integrity test. In this case, it was revealed that a political party had received substantial funds from the international oil trading company, Trafigura, leading to allegations of undue influence on potential conflicts of interest. Such instances can undermine the public trust in the political system and hinder the country's progress. By implementing rigorous background and integrity tests, Jamaica can avoid these damages situations. Such tests would help identify any potential financial improprieties, conflicts of interest, or unethical behavior early on. By doing so, we can ensure that only individuals who possess the highest moral and ethical standards are eligible for nomination, reducing the risk of corruption and preserving the public trust. As Marcus Garvey, our national hero, once said, "A people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, or culture is like a tree without roots." Similarly, a political system that lacks stringent measures to uphold integrity risks being uprooted by corruption. By implementing background and integrity tests, we can demonstrate our commitment to the principles that our nation was built upon and build a political system firmly rooted in the transparency and accountability. Moreover, these tests play a crucial role in promoting good governance and inclusivity. Jamaica has made significant strides in recent years to enhance transparency and combat corruption. However, ensuring that political candidates undergo rigorous background and integrity tests will further strengthen these efforts. It will create a level playing field for all candidates, irrespective of their affiliation, and foster a culture of meritocracy where integrity is valued above all else. Ladies and gentlemen, implementing rigorous background and integrity tests for prospective political candidates is not only necessary but vital for the preservation of our democratic institution. By preventing corruption and scandal, these tests safeguard the public trust in our political system. Let us follow in the footsteps of our national hero and build a Jamaica where integrity, transparency are the pillars upon which our democracy stands. I implore you, my fellow citizens, to join hands in this noble pursuit. Let us build a Jamaica where our dreams are no longer shattered by the deeds of corrupt. Let us forge a path towards a future where a leader inspires us, not with their words, but with their unwavering commitment to integrity. Thank you.
Good day, all. Respected adjudicators, faculty members, the proposition, my trustworthy teammates, and ladies and gentlemen. As the third speaker, I stand here today to support the views of my teammates as we are standing against the motion. And just to remind you, there was a counter policy that was put in place, which is that this house would prefer that when this house requires prospective political candidates to receive rigorous background and integrity tests upon nomination. Should prospective political candidates undergo rigorous background checks before nomination? Now, while sitting and listening to the points made by the opponents. It gave me confidence to highlight some of the key points mentioned by my teammates and show the opposition that they should reconsider. Now, firstly, we have to talk about negligible crimes. Now, the second speaker made a point that rigorous background checks can help to tell what a person did in the past, what they may do in the present, and what they may do in the future. However, it is important to strike a balance between accountability and rehabilitation, recognizing that not all offenses warrant the same level of punishment. By handling negligible crimes with appropriate measures, the legal system can focus its resources on more serious matters and promote a fair and just society. Now, imposing strict tests could discourage potentially qualified and capable candidates from entering the political arena, particularly those with minor past issues. That may not necessarily impact their ability to serve effectively. My opponents, is it fair that you're going to judge me for a minute act I've committed years ago that I've learned and matured from? I think not. Secondly, NIDS, the National Identification System. Now, discussions for NIDS started within the 1970s, and it was brought up back by the government in around 2019. And in April 2019, it was struck down by the Supreme Court. This was because it infringed on the rights and freedoms of Jamaicans, as well as the benefits of the national identification system were not articulated more precisely. And as an opposition, we care about the rights of our citizens, and we want to ensure that the government is not taking information from everybody and we don't know where that information is going. Finally, lack of resources. Now, Chief Risk Officer at Simtai, Andrew Nooks, pointed out that given the shortage of information technology personnel in Jamaica and the global competition to acquire those skill sets, companies should not wait until the last minute to look for an IT expert to meet the deadline. The fact of the matter is, if the government had allowed for the JAMCOVID website for all that information to be leaked out with the lack of resources, how then are we going to trust them to have information of citizens? We don't know where they're going, we don't know who going to keep it, we don't know what going to happen to it, right? So as I close, I would like to say that this opposition cares about the rights of the citizens of Jamaica, and that we will not allow such a disaster to take place, and the opposition should really reconsider the motion that they have put forward. Thank you.
All right. At this point in time, we'll invite the opposition reply to present their speech, after which will follow the proposition reply. So opposition reply speaker, you're up.
The proposition has stated time and time again that they uphold integrity, but have yet to raise the point that their motion suggests that they require any citizen by definition of the eligibility for nomination to undergo these checks without outlining the requirements needed to acquire those positions. While these background checks are used to state the integrity of a candidate, the extent to which these checks are carried out is to be questioned. We do believe that these checks could be useful. However, the government's proposal lacks the substance needed to address this issue. If such a system was to be implemented for the safeguarding of citizens, where are the resources to carry out these tests? How can this transparency be achieved when you, as government, by the proposition of your moot, require the Jamaican public to undergo these tests before they even have the chance to be nominated?
We thank the opposition reply speaker and now invite the proposition reply speaker to close out this debate.
Adjudicators, I return as a proud reply speaker for a side proposition in support of the motion, which states that this House requires that prospective political candidates undergo rigorous background and integrity tests before being eligible for nomination. Now, opposition's first speaker mentioned several points with the background checks, several points that are noted, right? But with the background checks implemented, obviously, measures will have to be put in place to protect the information of prospective political candidates. Side opposition clearly doesn't know that in this day and age, technology has significantly improved and new security measures are up and about. So the information of the prospective political candidates would be properly safeguarded. They claim that recently Jamaica has experienced data leakage, but side opposition, when was this? Why are you the only people who heard of this? Adjudicators, this is about ensuring the legitimacy of our prospective political candidates. The data that they are so worried about will be protected. Systematic cybersecurity is a thing, and that will be implemented to eradicate any data leakages. The third speaker of side opposition mentioned that the legal system should turn a blind eye to the past of prospective political candidates, and that is preposterous. He suggested that we should conduct the background check after the nomination. How does that make sense? They clearly don't understand the bounds of the debate. Prospective candidates aren't just regular people, so we can't just put them in the same spot as the regular candidates of Jamaica, as the regular citizens of Jamaica. These are the people who are going to lead our country prospectively. It seems that side opposition only cares about Jamaica not protecting the data of the candidates and not so much about who should be rightfully elected in our country. Yes, we at side proposition care about the protection of their data, as well as protecting the integrity of our society and our democracy. Side proposition rests.
To thank both teams for an engaging debate. The judges will now go to confer, to deliberate, and return with the results. Please cross the room in the spirit of sportsmanship and shake the hands of your opponents. right, Team Paul Bogle, we can head back down. All right. Good afternoon, teams. I know we've had a long day, and this would be your final debates for the day, right? Awesome. So I won't be long, and I'll let you go in very quick order. So after deliberations, these are the conclusions that the judges have come with. I'm going to give you the rationale, what we saw take place in the debate, after which we will tell you who won the debate. So what did we see happening in the debate? So the first thing the judges noticed was that there was a lack of cross-communication amongst the teams. And we noticed it in terms of the lack of acceptance and asking of POIs, but the lack of cross-communication extended beyond that. We did not see a lot of cross-communication with the arguments themselves. So we heard from Team Paul Bogle that integrity is key. And when we provide these background checks and integrity tests, we mitigate a lot of harms that happen in status quo. We heard about the Cuban light bulb scandal and Trafigura and all of that, and how these individuals would have had questionable actions in their past that if we had done rigorous background checks, we would have seen these things and would have been less likely to put them in positions of power and would have been able to stop these crises from happening. We got that from Paul Bogle. We did not hear a direct contestation to that idea from Arden. We did not hear from Arden that background checks would not have solved that problem in as much as we wanted it to. We did hear from them that the issue is corruption itself and we need to root it out, but that one sentence was not enough to adequately destroy the argument that Paul Bogle's entire submission was about. So yes, we appreciate that corruption and that anti-corruption measures may have helped to mitigate these things, but in as much as that wasn't explained and peeled properly, we can't give much creditation to that attack on Paul Bogle's argument. We heard from Arden that we need to safeguard the data, and government, certainly Jamaica, in the context of the examples provided, have been unable to safeguard the people's data in a way that is sufficient, that is adequate. And they explained to us the harms, in some regard, they explained to us the harms that happen when we have this leakage of data. And we heard from them that the cybersecurities, we have a lack of resources in terms of funding and human resources that will inevitably lead to the lack of security surrounding that data. That argument wasn't directly attacked by the team from Paul Bogle until at the very latest in the reply speech, which at that point in time we felt like was an inopportune time to bring that up. We think that in as much as that was the crux of the argument from Arden, that attack that came from the reply speaker should have come far earlier in the speech and should have been expounded upon to sufficiently defeat the case of Arden. So unfortunately, at the end of the debate, what the judges had to do was roughly an estimation of which argument was stronger, in as much as the teams did not tell us why their argument is stronger than the argument of the opposition team. There wasn't enough crosstalk for us to identify that. So the judges had to do a bit of legwork, which is not what we as judges want to do in a debate. So let me give credit where credit is due. We did hear again from the reply speaker that, listen, data breaches are inevitable and the rights of the privacy of the citizen matter less than the right to have proper representation. We did hear that from the reply, and we did hear as well from Arden a contestation from the reply speaker in terms of the integrity that MOCA and other opportunities exist for us to tackle corruption outside of background tests, but again, not sufficiently developed. So at the end of it, again, in the context that the judges had to do a lot of the legwork themselves, we would have decided that the argument about the integrity being necessary, being more beneficial, that came from the school, Paul Bogle would have won this debate. And as such, Paul Bogle have been declared the winners. Again, for the teams moving forward, I want to encourage us that when we're preparing our speeches, leave time allocations to listen to the other person's arguments and be able to attack them more directly. All right? So this is our oral adjudication. As always, we are welcome. If you have any questions, any concerns, feel free to come to us after this. But at this point in time, we'd like to thank both teams for what was a lovely debate, and we wish you an excellent time. Of course. So the best speaker of the debate would have came from the first proposition speaker, who was also the reply speaker. Oh, last bit of housekeeping. So at the end of the debate, it was 226 for team opposition and 229 for team proposition, factoring in the votes that were done online. All right, so online, Arden would have won that competition, but then when we factored it into the debate, Paul Bogle still came out on top. All right, thank you very much.
right, we're ready to start. We want to welcome you guys to round 2 of the Full Republic Secondary Schools Debate Competition. All right, so in today's match, we have Jamaica College, and Jamaica College will be presenting by themselves today, but you know, they will have the kind opportunity of facing the scrutiny of the judges through questioning. So today's motion will be, this House would require all candidates for the post of Member of Parliament to have at least a secondary level undergraduate degree. I'll repeat, this House would require all candidates for the post of Member of Parliament to have at least a tertiary level undergraduate degree. Jamaica College will be acting as the opposition in today's debate. So we're going to begin. The first speaker will have 8 minutes, second speaker 7 minutes, and the final speaker will have 5 minutes to prepare. During this time, judges will be able to ask you points of information after your first protected minute and before your last protected minute. So look forward to that. All right, so we're looking forward to hearing the presentation from Jamaica College. So we're going to start with our first speaker, Mr. Nashe Baker. And he will be presenting the opposing arguments.
As one that aspires to, or is nominated, or qualified for an office, membership, or award. According to Collins Dictionary, a member of parliament is a person who has been elected by the people in a particular area to represent them in a country's parliament. According to the University of South Australia, an undergraduate degree is an academic program of studying leading to a qualification such as an associate degree, diploma, or bachelor degree. Let me now state the position of the opposition. We will not require someone that aspires to, or is nominated, or qualified to be elected by the people in a particular area to represent them in our country's parliament to study, leading to a qualification, such as an associate degree, diploma, or bachelor's degree. To put it simple, citizens, you're not have to have no degree to serve your country as MP. I'll be speaking about members of parliament who have a degree but are still not all that good at their job. Also, about how it would bar less fortunate persons from becoming MPs. I will also present an alternative. I will also speak about how it's against our democratic belief. My second speaker will speak about equality and equity for all, no matter if you have a degree or not. He will also speak about how having a degree could exclude individuals who may have valuable insights, experience, or expertise. My third speaker will further provide information on the point that having a degree does not mean you don't have the real-world skills, as well as evidence on a certain MP roles and achievement who doesn't have a degree. Putting in place something like this would bar persons who are not fortunate enough to gain tertiary level education, and those ones that simply didn't choose the path. But nevertheless, they are all able to execute the duties of an MP. My second speaker will later expound on this topic. The government may say that the degree shows that the MPs are able to do the job, that it shows their dedication and commitment, but that isn't necessarily true. How many members of parliament have degrees but are performing terribly? You know, I might paint a picture, but the picture is already painted. Let me bring up the name of Kerenesia Morrison, the Member of Parliament for St. Catherine Northeast, a graduate of the University of the West Indies, currently serving on ethics, internal and external affairs, Public Accounts, Public Administrations and Appropriations Committee. Mr. Speaker, can you guess her score on the Jamaica's accountability meter? 50%. Mr. Speaker, I don't know about you, but when I get 50% on the exam, that's a fail. In comparison to Daniel Lawrence, who does not have a degree, having a score of 74%. So, Mr. Speaker, this clearly shows that it doesn't matter whether or not you have a degree. At the end of the day, it comes down to who you are as a person and the commitment and dedication you have to the people of Jamaica.
Necessarily hold a prong on academics, but more so other factors dealing with, for example, absenteeism from the various committees and other factors pertaining to the operations of the committee.
But what I am outlining, thank you, but what I am outlining that it still comes down to who they are as a person. It doesn't matter whether or not they have a degree. It doesn't matter whether or not they went to university. At the end of the day, it comes down to that when you attend your meetings, when you complete the job that you have as a member of parliament. Might I suggest an alternative side government? What we, the opposition, would like to propose is that it's not required for members of parliament to have a degree, but to be a cabinet minister or a prime minister, you will require one, as the workload and responsibilities of being a cabinet minister or prime minister is significantly different. If it is that you think about the governing of the country and ministries, you have your solution right there.
All right, on that point, what would you say to somebody who say maybe that is the issue, that many of our politicians or even Jamaicans place greater weight on cabinet responsibility versus, for instance, a member of parliament being able to understand their legislative role as a legislator and being able to understand it from an academic point of view? What you said that?
We're trying to show is that it doesn't matter whether or not they have an academic degree. Once they can understand the duties of a member of parliament.
Okay, so stop there. What are the main duties of a member of parliament according to this side?
No,
you're not for read from the people, just answer. I want to hear from you.
Okay. To put it simple, representing the needs of their constituents.
Okay. And their role in parliament? What's their role in parliament?
To advocate for the needs of their constituents.
Okay, largely through laws. So the question I'm putting to you is, how do we prove that someone that we're electing to make our laws fully understand the grasp of legislation if it is that they're not at a particular academic level? I'm asking that to you.
Well, it is not up to us to decide, it's up to the people. At the end of the day, if the people think that the person is competent enough to be their member of parliament, to accurately represent.
That is the issue that we have, and you leave us back at square one. It is obvious that there's a problem, and in crafting a constitution, we want to put in place certain safeguards that in as much as the people will choose, they are choosing within a particular bound, which will lead more than likely to a better result. The question, therefore, is, why should they not have a tertiary education if it is that they need to understand the complexities of the legislative process?
In addition to our alternative, if it is that the government still believes that our people won't be able to accurately execute the duties of a member of parliament, we can have a test, a simple test, to show if they're competent enough to execute the duties of a member of parliament. What is that test? We, the opposition, stand firm in saying that a member of parliament should not be required to have a degree. Why would we implement something that would deny the people to be properly represented, which is something we as a democratic country should aim to achieve? Allow the people to choose who they see fit for the office. Allow the people to elect who they see fit is a fundamental principle of democracy. It offers several important benefits, such as representation. by allowing the people to vote for their preferred cabinet, an avenue for individuals to express their political preference and values is created. The people will feel heard, and they will know that all it takes for them to represent the people is for them to be able to do the job of an MP and not some degree. The opposition rests for now.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Baker. All right, so we're going to welcome our second speaker, Mr. Chong from Jamaica College. All right. Go ahead.
Afternoon, everyone. Good day, Mr. Speaker, judges, my esteemed teammates, and worthy opponents. Side opposition does not see eye to eye with the moot. This House would require all candidates for the post of Member of Parliament to have at least a tertiary level undergraduate degree. Firstly, I will define the term politician. This is a person engaged in party politics as a profession according to the Merriam-Webster Dictionary. An article by Jamaica Gleaner states that unlike professionals such as medicine, engineering, computer technology, law, or farming, which have more or less defined work areas, politics is about the broader task of managing a parish or a country. They will continue further elaborate saying, the challenge for a good politician is to acquire a mindset capable of escaping twin dangers of authoritarianism and arrogance. My third speaker will later look at our Minister of Local Government, Desmond McKenzie, as another example. Like our opposition leader stated earlier, requiring a degree could exclude individuals who may have valuable insights, experiences, or expertise in other areas, but have not pursued higher education. It ensures that people from diverse backgrounds can participate in a democratic process and represent the interests of various communities.
Yeah, so you're saying that, requiring a degree would exclude persons with valuable insights, but if they have the valuable insights and want to make positive contributions to the society and the degree is required, why would they not attain the degree?
I believe that not all persons are able to have a higher education, have a level of higher education, which I'll speak on that later. As my first speaker mentioned, here's the scenario. One of our very own politician, Desmond McKenzie, grew up in the West Kingston community, or as are well known, Bakawal, aka Tivoli Gardens, which was described as the worst slum in Jamaica by Digi Jamaica, and was abandoned by his own father. Desmond grew up to become a mayor of Kingston. It ensures that people from diverse backgrounds can participate in democratic processes and represent interests of various communities. I am sure you've heard the name Dayton Campbell, a PNP politician, or Portia Simsimilla, the first female Prime Minister of Jamaica who led the country for 5 years. Portia, according to NLJ.gov, her accomplishments include to reform the Overseas Farm Workers Program through the Overseas Recruitment Center for Farm Workers. It was also Mrs. Portia Simsimilla initiatives which resulted in the significant growth in the National Insurance Fund, which benefits pensioners. She also had high and on her agenda the employment of youth and women. Simsimilla only got her degree after becoming a member of parliament. Wouldn't you say these persons were ambitious, prudent personnel?
Okay, so stop there a little. Question. So if a member of parliament, for instance, is acting also, is a member of parliament is engaging with people or leading people who largely are expected to have degrees within the government, right? So they have people who are in permanent posts who are expected to have degrees. It's basic qualifications. What sets that member of parliament apart from those people who many times are subject to their leadership? Why don't they have to have degrees? The MPs have to have degrees.
The members of parliaments, they would most likely not need a degree because of their specific roles to lead their constituents, unlike ministers of the government. Yeah.
To be clear, you're saying that MPs, their largest, the most paramount duty is that they're more advocates than they're administrators. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Let me continue. Yes, these people dedicated years of their lives to serve their people. Now, here's the facts. These icons did not have undergraduate degrees. That is what this is what we seek, Mr. Speaker. Equality and equity for all, no matter if you have a degree or not. Of course, the opposition believe that the tertiary education is important, but we can accept in this day and age that formal education is not the route for some people. Quite frankly, it's not the way for some people to go. Having a degree would alienate persons from becoming a member of parliament. Let's look into our very own political system with our councillors. We have very hard workers who do their job extremely well, and many of whom have the ability to matriculate to the post of member of parliament, but they might not have a degree. That doesn't mean that they can't be a member of parliament, in fact. In fact, they have the most important attributes that we are looking for, and that is the ability to interact, connect, and properly represent the people. If the people them can do the job, make them do the job. Let's keep steadfast on the more important issues. At the end of the day, I feel a republic. Sad opposition rest for now.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. All right, so thank you very much, Mr. Chung. All right, now, Mr. Myrie, it's your time to go before the chopping block.
Mr. Speaker, my fellow teammates, my wonderful teammates, and worthy opponents, good afternoon. As witnessed throughout this debate, this House is in firm opposition that this House will require all candidates for the post of Member of Parliament to have at least a tertiary level undergraduate degree. But please be reminded that an alternative was presented by the opposition, the first speaker, that for a tertiary level undergraduate degree could be required to become candidate minister or prime minister. As my second speaker also mentioned, that they have a higher responsibility, as you said yourself, that would require them to have a more academic, higher level. Let me ask you this. Does every successful individual have a college degree? No. As it is true that some of the great American success stories, such as Bill Gates, who owns Microsoft, Steve Jobs, Apple, and Larry Ellison, the Oracle, do not have college degrees. It is true that a bona fide university degree merely points to one's caliber and competence in one particular qualification and specialty. Without being drawn into the debate between learned and being educated, a university degree may not guarantee the requisite qualities of a university graduate. How can you then build a barrier to a position of authority due to not having a simple certificate? Think of it like this. On the average worker's level, due to the pandemic, an article published by CNBC, the Consumer Need and Business Channel, work, on April 25th, 2022, no college degree, no problem. More companies are diminishing the requirements to join them. This is due to the fact that they want more talented individuals and not just persons who have a degree and don't know what to do with it. Proving that instead of making a barrier, we gain more prospective individuals to build up the company, or in this case, the country. Furthermore, the criteria to become a member of parliament in Jamaica is quite transparent at the moment, as the Prime Minister, and the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, has not released the job description for the office of Member of Parliament. Under the government tab, titled The Legislator, stemming from the Jamaica Information Service, says, and I quote, "Any Commonwealth citizen, 21 years or older, who has been domiciled in Jamaica for the 12 months preceding an election may become a member of parliament. May become a member of the House of Representatives if elected. Among those who may not become members of the legislature are members of the Defense Force, persons serving a foreign government, judges of the Supreme Court or Court of Appeal, and persons holding or acting in public offices." As such, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak about a member of parliament who is without a degree and has set a very high bar for all other member of parliament, as my second speaker mentioned before, the Honorable Desmond McKenzie, Minister for Local Government and Rural Development. Being an effective member of parliament often requires skills such as public speaking, negotiation, critical thinking, problem solving, and empathy. While a degree can develop these skills, they can also be acquired through other means, such as work experience, community engagement, or involvement in local polities.
So I want to get this clear from this side. Is it that we're getting an idea that you value those soft skills and interpersonal skills with the constituents versus the academic skills? I want to get that very clear. Is that more important to the role of a member of parliament than being able to go to parliament and be able to enact legislation that you think from a sound place of like an academic background?
Yes, because a nation is built by its people. Soft skills is what builds a family, builds a home, and that is what Jamaica needs to be, because it's our republic. So we're coming together through these soft skills and we interconnected through a network of speaking, communication, understanding, and not just an academic degree that can say, oh, you know how science works, how the business works. You understand how the world works. Moving on. And Desmond McKenzie has shown these skills throughout his lifetime. Which other member of parliament can say that they served as senator and mayor? So side government, do tell me, if we implemented it then, we would have denied this country a great man. We couldn't implement it then, and we surely cannot implement it now. Because we have young Desmond McKenzies coming up, people with their background, unable to obtain degrees, but have the qualifications to hold a position of authority, as such a law would unfairly bar them for fulfilling their national duty and, importantly, exercising their citizens' rights. Another article, mind you, by the Indiana Times, published on the 11th of January 2023, states that one of the main reasons why skills are more important than degrees is because they are directly applicable to the job at that.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. You can go to your seat. So we're not going to do any go outside and do any deliberation because I know people want to leave. No, rebuttal. All right, so I don't know if my wings want to start with their, okay. All right, so I will start. We'll give commendations, JC. You guys were, I don't know, you guys were annoyed I didn't care. You'll go into your next, we don't care. You're going to go into your match better. Listen, when we were at UA, you can tell us about our coach. Our coach is rough on you. You're not ending a sentence until you get brevity, which is important because you had strong points, which I said before in your last match. But you have to ensure that they come out in a strategic way because it's a competition and it's not just a public speech. So I will tell you, I found that your arguments, one of the strengths that I found with you guys, that from the gate you differentiated between a member of parliament and a minister, which I think was very smart, and kind of differentiating that while there might be some level of duality and intersectionality in both roles, that what the skills that are needed for a minister and the skills that are needed for a member of parliament, at least according to you, for the purposes of this debate, are vastly different. Which is why I asked you point blank, like, you know, what are you saying? Is that you value these skills for a member of parliament and you value these skills a little bit more for a minister? However, I would say there's a question that I kept on asking you, especially when it comes on to legislation, because this is one of the arguments, especially when people talk about constitutional reform. If you're coming into a constitutional reform debate, you have to think about some of the arguments that have been going on and some of the conversations. One of the biggest conversations is whether or not Jamaica's legislators are able or have the capacity to understand the volume or the gravity of the legislation that they're currently passing. So you will hear stories of people coming to parliament and it's only some people participate. So it's only the lawyers you see participating in the Firearms Act because a lot of people genuinely just they sit down in parliament and they don't understand anything. And there's a fundamental question there. So come to you. There's a fundamental question as to whether or not should MPs Should we prefer an MP who is in the constituency, him there every 9 nights, everybody know him name, him know everybody name, versus should we prefer an MP who, when he goes to parliament, we're getting laws on the books that are sound, solid, him can ask questions when statutory bodies come before him understand the legislation that govern them, etc. And the fundamental question is, do you need a degree to do that? Go ahead.
I'm not the brightest mind at Jamaica College, yet still I write one of the best reports. I'm not the brightest mind at Junior Council, yet still I present one of the best resolutions.
So the fundamental problem with that is, while that might be nice that it's in your speech, he was asking a point of information and he needed to respond to it immediately. Because in the debate, it can't be a matter of your speech. Somebody engage with an argument and they're positing an argument to you and you need to respond to me immediately. And let me know that this is what, because if you see the debate going in a particular way, you can decide that you're going to stick to what you have decided to present here. It's not me coming here for present this, you lucky. If the opposition is presenting something to you, stand up to it immediately, because it's a strong, you have to understand the context of the argument, because all these motions were written in a context, right? And that's a big part of the context. People are really wondering, like, should we reform and say, let us have MPs? Let's set some job descriptions for MPs or some basic minimum entrance levels, because clearly the quality of people that we're attracting for some people is just not good enough. And what do we need to do to get them up to this level? Yeah. So I think, but however, I will say, I think that the differentiation between the minister and MPs, brilliant move, Jamaica College. And also the strong articulation coming from the second speaker, even though he did look like him never did want to answer the question when I asked him, if somebody did ask you that question in a debate and you gave that response, that would have been a solid response, because the argument about your constituents being your main focus as an MP and differentiating that role as, for instance, as an advocate, was very important. Whether or not we agree with it, but for the purposes of this debate, it would be good if you actually just strengthen that. That listen, MPs, they're really here to be speaking on behalf of the people. And we don't necessarily need somebody who can understand legislation if they can hire people. Because, for instance, probably the conversation needs to move towards, should we actually start funding MPs to have lawyers in their offices and those kind of stuff, like similarly like what they do in the United States, where congressmen have a whole contingency of staff paid for the government. So the question, you just need somebody who is with the people like them, and you fund them with the necessary resources that they can advocate properly. And the last thing, I also found what was interesting, that even when you spoke about the councillors, I think that was good, because I remember the councillors, that was good because I think it set a very realistic expectation of what happens in Jamaican politics. That we have a lot of councillors that were moving up to MPs based on their community work, and they do very good community work and lead communities, and how that value can be lost if we place so much emphasis on academics. So I think that was good. That was a valiant effort. But JC, valiant bigger JC? Okay, well, but it was a valiant effort from you guys. So commendation. If my wings wanted to. Okay, well, I guess it's dinner time. So congratulations again, JC, and good luck on your next match and going forward.